Okie dokie. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome into the stream. I'm Radican, and today we're going to continue with Marksman rifles testing. This is the more boring of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes in preparation for those combat role style videos. Okay, so just as a little recap, yesterday I left off testing the R63 Diligence Marksman rifle. I ran a series of tests, although one test in particular needed to be redone, and it was confirmed later by a viewer. Hey there, Oblivious Naga, how you doing? I believe it was Jason, username Jason something something something, left a comment pointing out that he noticed that in the initial test for Devastator heads at long range at 100 meters that it was an issue with like a ricochet into a backpack bounce and stuff like that. Glad to hear that, Naga. I'm doing pretty good also. I was able to resume some careful machine-based strength training yesterday, and nothing is hurting at the moment, so I'm very, very happy about that. Ready to get back into this testing. So yes, the Diligence, my initial testing had some errors with it yesterday for the max range of its Devastator headshot capability, and it is actually at least 125 meters. I jumped on a little while earlier today just to double check that, and I was able to secure one shot with the Diligence against the Devastator at 125 meters. And Jason, I believe, said he was able to do it at about 135. So the issue with one of the things about testing marksman rifles in general that I'm finding is because of their very long effective ranges. Oh, hey, how you doing there, Lima Victor? I see you be putting those long form videos up there, man. It's looking good. Should have more durable damage. Which one should have more durable damage? The Diligence? The R63? Let me know. But yeah, one of the bigger problems that I'm running into with testing the Diligence family, or the marksman rifle category. Gotcha, yeah. Is in order to take advantage of their long effective ranges, I guess I'm gonna have to crank up the difficulty to get more spawn density. That's what I did this morning off stream briefly, and it definitely helped. A lot of the times when I could see like enemy patrol spawns and things like that, they would populate right around 100 meters away, maybe slightly farther, and so that was really good to see at like difficulty 9 because that gives a really solid use case for the Diligence over something like an assault rifle, which is going to have so much damage fall off that, you know, it's not going to be as effective or not as efficient, I guess I should say, with the ammo economy outside of, you know, closer ranges. So that was pretty cool to see. And then I was also messing around a little bit with the optics. So the only optics that, or I should say the longest range optics available currently is the 10x sniper scope. And initially I was trying to see exactly what the pros and cons were, and obviously the cons are, right, like a hit to your ergonomics, but the real benefit isn't just the zoom, although the zoom is a big deal, and I think it's a bigger deal than maybe the average player realizes, because the zoom at extreme ranges, let's say beyond 100 meters, allows you to more clearly see those small weak points than you can with a 4x or a 2x, right? And again, I'm on PlayStation 5 Pro with a controller, so like I don't know if mods exist on PC or if just like the, you know, there's some other factors on PC and stuff that might make things different. But for me, that's my frame of reference is PlayStation 5. And the 10x zoom makes it easier to see those head spaces, little headshot targets. But then also the 10x zoom is the only one that comes with the little hash marks that allow you to easily identify in, I want to say, about 50-meter increments if you need to adjust your vertical placement. Say if you're zoomed at the 200-meter zoom setting on the 10x sniper scope, but an enemy is like, you ping it and it's like 100 meters away, you can drop down 1 or 2 notches depending on distance, and you can line up the shot reliably that way. I'm going to mess around some more with that today. Let's see. Lima Victor says he really wants to like the Diligence, but its breakpoints feel mediocre at best. And to be honest, I picked the Amendment despite the DMR having limited attachments. Gotcha. Yes, the bullet drop lines. I don't know. I don't remember what exactly the proper name is. If that's it, then that's what I'm talking about. You'd think I would remember that because I used to do a lot of firearms training, but it's been so long, I guess. Although I guess I never really got too far into like extreme long range with optics, so yeah, it's probably just something that I never really learned to begin with. But my friend Space Cadet Krieg, Lima knows that guy, I think. He mentioned it to me that I might be interested in looking into that a little bit more. And well, let me just drop in here. So some of the things, as I've been going through this, and you guys tell me what you think as well. This is all pretty interesting because I'm having to revise some of my initial hypotheses and older, even some of my aspects of my older conclusions on like assault rifles in particular. Specifically, I guess, in some of the finer details. It doesn't really change anything broadly speaking, but for marksman rifles, I'm starting to think, and initially my hypothesis was that like the raw damage output and like the point at which meaningful damage fall off would occur would be a major distinguishing factor, right? Lima feels like the Diligence should have the same stagger force as the sensor and the Amendment. What is the stagger force? Those have like 15 or 20, don't they? Something like that. Oh, I'm gonna have to pop my back. I'm starting to get some. Oh. Some mild pain wrapping around my rib cage at the moment. But let's just look real quick here. All right, so that's the Hyena and the DCS. You said the sensor and the Amendment. Okay, so the Amendment has 20 stagger, the Diligence has 15. Okay, I see. And then the sensor has 20. Okay, I see what you're saying. The sensor and Amendment have stagger of 20, which is enough to stop a charging shotgun or cyborg. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why that would be annoying, although my initial impressions, like, I've played the game a lot, obviously, like you, but this is, since I've started this like combat role stuff, I'm thinking about things even more like to a more detailed amount, I guess, than I used to. Since now I know people seem to appreciate that kind of thing, which is very exciting because I love nerding out on this stuff. But my initial impression on the stagger force issue that you mentioned there, Lima, is that I think it comes down to a slight different, well, I don't know. I'm just going to say a difference in their combat roles as far as their best case scenarios, right? So the sensor is already a shorter range marksman rifle because of its stealth mechanics. It has the lower initial velocity. and it just, the bullet, how the bullet drops off. It doesn't pack as much punch as far of a distance. So in that sense, also like subsonic rounds, just as an aspect of um, realism for whatever that's worth. Getting hit with a subsonic round does hurt a lot. I got caught with a ricochet 5.56 round a few years ago, and it hit me in the forearm, thankfully, and not my neck. And it bruised my entire arm. Like the scar is like right about here, but yeah, it bruised me all the way up to the elbow for like 2 weeks. So getting hit by a subsonic round, which is what these are technically labeled as for the sensor, it hurts a lot. It makes sense to me that it has a little more stagger than the regular diligence, because if you get shot with a regular, let's say whatever, if this were a 5.56, like you'd feel it, but it's not going to stagger you exactly, because it's gonna pierce straight through you. Of course, I know realism only has a limited application to the game, but just kind of fun thing to think about, I guess, since I happen to have been um, hit by something like that before. Um, so yeah, but as far as the amendment goes, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I mean, part of it, I think probably a slower bullet have a bit of stopping power than a supersonic bullet. Well, it's the difference in how the force is applied, right? So that I'm kind of using some mixing up terms a little bit. It's it yeah, basically, like if it's not supersonic, then it doesn't have enough oomph behind it to cleanly pierce through the target. If it's subsonic, then basically like the pounds per square inch amount of pressure, right? Like when it hits, it'll just be able to pierce through, and most of the energy is just piercing straight through. But if it's not able to pierce through, well, then it's like the difference between, if I had like a fist versus if I had like a blade coming out, right? If I just like stabbed through the chest, like the blade itself isn't going to push me that much. But if I just punch myself without a blade, like I'm going to recoil from getting hit differently. It's a difference in how the force is distributed over the body that it comes into contact with. Um, now, some of these things in the game are for realism purposes, but some of the things in the game are just for gameplay balance purposes, right? So I'm not necessarily arguing it should be one or the other across every scenario. But it is fun stuff to think about. Then says heavy grain subsonic is what I use for hog hunting. Quiet and lots of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because the hogs are pretty tough animals anyway. So that makes sense. And so much more dangerous than a person might realize. um, but yeah, as far as the game is concerned, the R2 amendment, it's got the 20 stagger force, but then it also has the bayonet with 25, which 25 is enough to stagger like an alpha commander, but not a devastator or a berserker, I don't think. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I'd have to double check. My brain is already starting to scramble a little bit. But as far as the bullets themselves, that's kind of where I think it's at. Like those can stagger things like hive guards and stuff, I want to say. Suddenly remembered watching hog hunting videos where they all use 300 blackout rounds. Yeah. Yeah, when I lived down in Texas, there was some company that you could pay like $1,200 and they would fly you in a helicopter and you could use a rifle to snipe wild boars and stuff like that from a helicopter because they're considered an invasive species and it's a major like pest threat or whatever down there. Um, so there you go, I guess. uh Unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person that has $1,200 lying around to just go casually hog sniping or wild boar sniping out of a helicopter. It sounds like it'd be a pretty cool experience, though. Um, but yeah, so the diligence in terms of the light penetration rifles in the marksman category, though, the diligence, I think, is probably a little bit better suited for the longer range applications compared to the amendment or the sensor. The sensor, obviously, because it has more bullet drop, but the amendment, even though the amendment can come with the 10x zoom, which makes it really good for seeing those longer range shots, you're not able to apply attachments to reduce its sway. And at those extreme ranges, at like 100 meters and more, I think sway is more important because sway is how much your reticle is just moving around regardless of what you do. And the only way to really improve the sway is to either use uh, remove muscle attachments or add foregrip attachments like the angled foregrip, which will improve your sway. And otherwise, you have to crouch or go prone. Um, Crouching and prone improves both the weapon's recoil and the weapon's sway. Pretty much all of the weapons, if you go prone, it makes the sway almost zero. But specifically, the Diligence Counter Sniper has the lowest base value sway of all the Marksman rifles, as far as I'm aware, which technically means it's always going to be the best long-range precision Marksman rifle in the game, with others coming in close second places. How you doing there, Flavin? Rapid? I like the counter sniper. I think in terms of maximum long-range precision marksman rifles, the counter sniper is the best one for that use case specifically. The other weapons are not too far behind it, especially like the Diligence or the Deadeye and the Amendment. But strictly speaking, combining stats and customizations and zoom optics and stuff, the Diligence Counter Sniper is going to be your best option for those longest range precision shots against weak points. These other ones have plenty of value as well. They just have different trade-offs like, ergonomics and ammo economy versus different targets. Supersonic and 5 pounds of 5 pounds of tannerite, dude. What are you doing out here blowing stuff up? That's funny. My man's out here making hog chowder, apparently. That's funny, dude. Makes sense. Play Diligence like a battle rifle, but seems it wasn't designed with battle rifle to begin with. Amendment feels like a battle rifle coded. Yeah, well, it does have that 3-round burst capability. It's an interesting one because I would say of the the thing that's interesting about the amendment, and like all these weapons have their own unique trade-offs. It's just that they're not always immediately obvious to people, not even to me, until I start like thinking about it and looking at the details a little bit more, right? Which is, on the one hand, feels annoying as a player, and on the other hand, feels really rewarding as a player because it means that like the average player isn't going to be able to take advantage of all the pros and cons, right, until you've really put some time into it, which I think I kind of like that. Oh yeah, right. That's a thing that we can do, liking the stream and all that stuff. Thanks, cool. How you doing, dude? What was I? Oh yeah, so the Diligence only gets up to a 4x optic, and it can apply customizations like the angled foregrip, and you can take off the attachment to give it very good sway. But you're limited to the 4x combat scope, and even though that has the setting zoom of like 150 meters, it doesn't have the bullet drop indicators, so you just kind of have to practice that and get good at it on your own, compared to the 10x scope, which allows you to be much more precise because it just gives you those little hash marks on the scope itself. So that's a pretty cool trade-off. And then, of course, like I said, the Diligence Counter Sniper, not only does it get the 10x with the better bullet drop indicators, it can get the same attachment options, but it already has like 20% better weapon sway just at a baseline compared to the other ones. So that makes it very well suited to long range precision. Um, Deadeye and Amendment are real close behind it. Like the only thing really is, let's see, Deadeye, it can get the 10x, but it does not get any options for the forend, so it can't get as good of a sway reduction without going fully prone. Same thing for the Amendment. It gets the 10x, but it doesn't get the other options to improve the sway. So those super long range shots are always going to feel a little bit better on the Diligence snipers, just specifically because of the sway differences. Now, you can obviously learn to adapt around that and stuff like that, and how much you value it is going to depend on your preference. You got to walk in the shot. Yeah, sometimes that is the answer. One thing Victor likes about the Amendment and the Diligence is the 1.5x. Yeah, favorite optic to use, best for, yeah. Yeah, I really like the 1.5x as well, especially if you're kind of staying in like around 25 meters. I think, um, like in my mental category of ranges in this game, I consider close range to be sort of inside 15 meters, short range to be inside 25 meters, medium range I consider inside about 50 meters, and then like long range is inside 75, and very long is like anything beyond 75 meters. Like I'm still kind of trying to figure out like the best way to break down those different ranges, but that seems like a pretty good approximate way to view it, because things like marksman rifles, like they can all achieve kills at long ranges, but it comes down to, like I said, like what kind of zoom optic do they have, so how easy is it for you to see what you're shooting at, and then the sway, how much are you fighting the weapon sway, at longer ranges. That is much more important. And then on the inverse, when you're in close ranges or short ranges, 15 or 25 meters, if you're using a shotgun, like to get maximum damage, you need to be inside 15 meters, maybe even closer depending on the size of the target because of the pellet spread plus damage fall off. But if it's smaller chaff stuff, you can easily take those out to like 25 meters. And then same thing, depending on the weapon, if it's an assault rifle or whatever, and fire damage and all this stuff. Is there stagger? Is there no stagger? Is there fire damage? Is there stun damage? All those types of things you have to kind of consider to figure out like what is the best use case of this gun. And then once you figure out the best use case of the gun, that's where you find out the best ammo economy for the gun. Like ammo economy is not just some kind of nebulous like stat or whatever concept that applies equally to everything. It is absolutely tied to if you're using the weapon efficiently or not. Like if I take the Diligence counter sniper and I just take this medium armor penetration, 200 damage per shot, and I go hunting nothing but little baby scavenger terminids, I'm wasting like 140 points worth of damage, and I'm like 2 tiers above its armor penetration value. Like it's such a waste. The ammo economy is going to actually absolutely suck if I use it that way. But if I use it to go hunting for, you know, light armor or medium armor threats, and I'm choosing the target points, in a smart way so that I can take a lot of advantage of the damage and the armor penetration that it's giving me. Okay, well now I'm going to get a lot more value on a per shot basis, right? So true, it's kind of good balance of short and medium when using 1.5. Yeah, I wish the 1.5 was available on the tenderizer, and dude, I feel the same. Like there were a couple, like I understand why. I feel like I've kind of figured out that like why Arrowhead has some optics on some guns and not on others. But there are a few where I'm right there with you. And the 1.5x optic, like I just so firmly believe the 1.5x optic should be available for every weapon, if at least every rifle style weapon, if not every weapon, because I mean it's even in the name of the thing. Like the standard scope for most weapons provides a good and accurate scope picture. Like if it's the standard scope for most weapons, I know they say most, but like come on, like yeah, I agree. 10x scope on everything. What will be the categories for the Marksman rifles? Well, so it's subject to change, but at the moment I feel pretty good about the current um category. Let's see. Want to maintain your So yeah, the current stuff that I have set up there with the chaff, elite, crowd control, and utility, that's still, in my opinion, as far as primary weapons go at this point in the game, those are, I think, the main four buckets that most weapons are going to be used for most of the time as their like primary function. I might add something like heavy killer or tank killer, something like that. But at this point, I don't think we really have any primary weapons that are going to have heavy killer or tank killer as its main role. Probably not as its secondary role. Maybe there's a couple of cases for like a very low like third role that you could say, especially like stun stuff, right? Like um, the halt shotgun in particular with its stun rounds, you can stun hulks if you shoot them in the back, right? But it's kind of like niche. It is there, but I would classify that probably as a third role option, not a first or second priority. Yeah, yeah, the ranges. I mean, I'm definitely going to try and address the ranges stuff. That's one of the things that I'm working on a lot and really kind of trying to figure out. One of the things that I like to do is start with the default configuration of weapons because I think it does a pretty good job of telling us um, sort of the developer's intention behind the weapon. And then, of course, taking into account different things like stagger force and if it has any status effects and stuff like that, right? So, for example, let me just put all these back to default. Yeah, so like for example, the diligence in its default configuration, right? Like it's got what would we say? It's got like 15 stagger or something. So you're not really using this to stagger much of anything. Like it'll stagger the smallest enemies, but it's also just going to outright kill most of the smallest enemies. A few cases, I think, like maybe warrior bugs can get staggered, but because they might not die in one shot, I think. Um, but you know, with the damage profile, and it comes with the 4x scope. So 4x scope, that zooms out to the 150 range. But I don't really think at this point that just because an optic zooms out to, let's say, 150, that doesn't mean that's where you want to be trying to make the most of the shots land. Like, you're not really trying to do 150 meters. You're taking advantage of the zoom that goes out that far, but then you're going to be targeting things that are a little bit inside that, probably. Um, it's still kind of a working hypothesis, right? That I need to spend some more time with. And so I would say that means like the marksman, the diligence is probably best suited to be killing stuff up to 75 meters. But because it's so snappy with its high ergonomics and it's got a decent magazine size and all, you know, all that kind of stuff, just generally speaking, the way it handles, it is fairly well suited to like inside 50 meters. I'd say between 25 and 75 meters is probably a really good place for the diligence to live, you know? Got to go to sleep, time zone, all that stuff. Thanks a lot, Lima Victor. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course, man. Keep up the good work. um, so yeah, like inside that range, you've got pretty good zooms, like you've got good scope magnification, so you can see the weak points of enemies very well. And then you just have to account for bullet drop, and it's going to do a good job. And of course, inside those closer ranges, you can punch through unarmored targets, light armored targets pretty well, and all that kind of stuff, right? So this is definitely, I think, the diligence and the sensor as well are both on the shorter end of being marksman rifles in terms of like where you're going to get a lot of value from them without too much difficulty. Deadeye is interesting because it does have 30 stagger force, so it can stagger stuff like Devastators and with its 8-shot capacity and round reload, but it's only got the 100 fire rate. So you can only handle up to, fire 8 times, and then you're kind of screwed, right, if things are too close. But you can stagger them in the meantime for the most part. But it's also got really, really good spread. It's like it's like 0.1 by 0.1. It's like one of the lowest spread rifles in the game. And so if you can use this as sort of a hybrid option. It's not going to be especially good at any particular thing, I don't think. But if something gets in close, you can stagger it and reposition. If something is closing in on an ally, you can shoot it from a distance and with plenty of precision, so you don't have to worry about accidentally shooting your teammate. And you stagger it, you can rescue your teammate in that way. It's got high damage, so when you're doing something like that, you don't necessarily have to be able to line up a headshot to be effective because it's dealing decent damage even through medium armor, and you're staggering the heck out of whatever you shot. So at close ranges, like it's a good like, oh crap, let me stagger and then like reposition. Or if you're like a real crack shot, right, you can still shoot them in the face. But and then at longer ranges, it works very well as a marksman rifle is at those extreme ranges, like 100 meters or more, but you kind of need to go fully prone, otherwise the sway can cause you to miss. So it's kind of a nice, like flexible pick. It's not exactly the best at anything, but it's pretty good at a lot of things. You just have to be real mindful of like how you need to use the weapon at different ranges and against different enemies. Whereas some of the other rifles, it's a little bit more obvious. Like the Diligence Counter Sniper, you don't want to be fighting stuff inside 25 meters or letting them get too close to you because this thing handles like a truck, Yeah, exactly. Jack of all trades, Naga. And then, yeah, like the amendment, kind of a similar thing. Like it can do those extreme ranges because it has the 10x as an option, but you need to go prone probably, otherwise you're going to be fighting the sway a lot. And because of the bayonet, it's a nice sort of backup against things up to the size of an alpha commander, although that's pretty risky if you're using the bayonet against an alpha commander. But it lets you focus on those light armor and unarmored targets from long range, but then you have the bayonet and you have the 3-round burst option if things do get in too close, so you can kind of spam fire them down pretty quickly as a backup. So that's pretty cool as well. I would almost say like the R2 amendment is arguably arguably the best light penetration, long range precision marksman rifle. Only because of the 10x optic. But then again, like you can't get the sway quite as good as the Diligence, but the Diligence doesn't get the 10x optics. So they're kind of tied, and you can almost choose which one you want, like which playstyle do you prefer, So that's pretty freaking sweet. I think the Diligence is going to be a little bit better suited to closer ranges if you want to be able to shoot things because the ergonomics will be better. But then the amendment with its burst fire plus bayonet, it's like different ways. How do you want to have to defend yourself in close range with either one of these marksman rifles, and how effective do you want them to be at extreme ranges? You can kind of decide which one you prefer. The grind is real. How you doing there? It says the problem My problem with the Marksman rifles is what's to stop me using the sweeper with a full choke or just bringing the AMR. Yeah, well, I mean, I can see what you mean by that. The main differences there, I think, specifically with the sweeper, is again, it's a unique hybrid style weapon. I really had to spend a lot of time thinking about that when I did the shotgun video, and let's see, where's the shotgun? Here we go. So let's compare it to something like, let's say like the Deadeye, I guess, because they're both rounds reload, right? Okay. So, well, obviously the first difference is one of them is a single projectile, and the other is firing the flechette rounds. So you've got shot pattern versus single shot, precision. And so if you put on the full choke, it packs them in very tightly. That's true, but it is still going to have worse damage fall off compared to a marksman rifle. So extreme ranges, the marksman rifle is going to win. But in those closer ranges, yes, you're going to have bigger damage against those chunkier targets and stuff like that. And you have the slam fire feature with the 7-shot capacity. Like, rounds reload is good. You don't waste anything. It's not quite as fast as like the regular Punisher rounds reload. So what you're relying on is just like pumping a ton of damage into 2 or 3 targets and then taking a moment to reload, because you also don't have very much stagger with this thing. Like, you're not going to stagger a berserker at all with the sweeper. So you better make sure you have enough spacing and time and shells in your tube to put them down. Otherwise, they're going to chop you in half, right? So this weapon, if you're using it at those longer ranges, like, that's useful to have the flexibility, but you're losing a ton of value on a per shot basis. Like, because you're taking advantage of the overwhelming power that you should have in closer ranges in order to reach something at a really like far away range. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool, but this thing has like, what, 77 shots in the total combat reserve or something. And if you have like a supply backpack, like, ammo doesn't matter for anything, like, at all, right? Because you just use the supply backpack. But if you use it like a single shot shotgun or a long range thing, like, you're really missing out on its slam fire capability, like the ability to just absolutely tear through light armor and medium armor targets in close range. It can just do that. It's really, I think, a closer comparison to the double freedom, from the standpoint that the double freedom is, either 2 semi shots or the volley shot, and then the sweeper is always going to be, the rapid fire 7-shot. But they both have kind of similar damage per second if you just lay on the trigger as fast as possible. The difference, of course, is like one is slightly more distributed and the other is just completely blowing the person into, or the enemy into, pieces with the double freedom. You can use these things at longer range, but you have to question, like, well, why, outside of like 1 or 2 instances where you just kind of need to do what you need to do, like, the best bang for your buck is barrel stuffing something and pulling the trigger until it's dead within a second, right? So, um, because if you do something like the sweeper with the full choke, you're still never going to outperform a marksman rifle at longer ranges. Like, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to have that level of precision. It's going to have a tremendous amount of damage fall off and things like that. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of overlap in across different weapons for sure. Like, if you look across different things, you can see overlapping sort of roles. But you're choosing the primary weapon because you want to answer like a specific 1 or 2 problems you always want to be able to handle very effectively and very efficiently. Um, but if you spend a bunch of time into like its secondary roles or its tertiary capabilities, like, well, you should probably just pick something else, man. Like, But yeah, I mean, I like the gun. I have this model shotgun. I don't have this specific bayoneted version, and all that stuff, but I have a model 1897, which is the same basic design and stuff like that. It's very cool. Mine has an external hammer though. This one does not. So, but that's okay. They are slightly different models. Um, and as far as the other part of your question there, grind the anti-materiel rifle. Well, the damage profile is certainly different. Like it, I'm pretty sure if I remember right, it just straight up does the same uh, standard damage and durable damage. Let's look. I forgot to switch it back over to my game view there for a second. Sorry about that. uh, let's see. Okay, so no, it's not the same, but it is just more than the other ones by a significant margin. You got 450 ballistic damage, 225 or standard damage versus the durables, which is going to vastly outperform any of the other primary weapons. Yeah, stagger is important in close range. Like if you're using a weapon for close range, that you have to be able to kill it with pure damage output quickly, or you need to be able to stagger it or stun it or confuse it or something like that. So those are things that are important to keep in mind because it influences how you want to play, and um, they're all fun and they're all fine. You just got to know, what you're working with to take advantage of it. Um, So yeah, the anti-material rifle, it just does so much more damage per shot, durable and standard damage against enemies than a marksman rifle. Um, and of course, it's a support weapon, so I mean, you would expect it to do that. And as far as like, I think it has the 10x scope on it as well, so it gets the 200-meter one. So it's gonna do a good job at those extreme ranges. It's got super small spread, like it's a hyper precise, hyper strong. I mean, it's a sniper, an anti-material sniper type weapon, so the damage profile is just quite a bit beefier as a heavy armor penetration weapon. I like the AMR quite a lot, honestly. I really enjoy that weapon. It's got that raw, I don't know, it just does it for me. It's like got that raw sex appeal or something. It doesn't have a third person reticle, but if you start trying to learn like and pay attention to kind of like the angle of like the weapon barrel versus the top of your helmet and like kind of get used to where center's at, you can start to get good at shooting things in the face in third person view anyway. It just takes a fair amount of practice. It's got that dog in it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Man. All right. This has been tremendous fun. I like talking about all this stuff with you guys. I appreciate that you talking with me about it. Let me. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee real quick, and then we're gonna jump into some missions and start doing some testing. So give me a couple minutes here to grab my coffee. Okay. Okay, dokie. Let's see. So, all right. Making sure I got my game feed up. Don't forget like I did yesterday. All right. I think I'll continue with the diligence. Just counter sniper. Yesterday I did the regular diligence, so that was fine. I'm mainly going to be trying to focus on the long-range gameplay. Really see kind of where it works, where it doesn't, all that kind of stuff. This is a hilltop, it looks like. I'll try right here. We'll see. Let me see. What would be a good kit for this? Yeah, I am a fan of the mortars in general. Like, the problem is for the longer ranges in particular. Well, if I have line of sight, then a mortar can target out to something like 125 meters. If it doesn't have line of sight, it can only go like 50 meters, I think. And sometimes if an enemy gets direct hit by an EMS mortar shell, it damages it, so that can throw off the test as well, which is a real pain. But that's okay. I should be able to engage with enemies. Ideally, I want to try and engage with enemies at like 75 meters or farther with the DCS. That's my initial thinking. And as far as the plasma sniper as a marksman, yeah, it's like it's in the energy category. When it first came out, it was classified as a sniper rifle category, and then they did a rework of all the categories. So I do think it fits as a long-range marksman rifle type of situation. It uses plasma, which changes things a little bit, mainly because of how much noise it causes whenever those little plasma bolts explode. But I mean, a single burst is over 1,000 damage with medium penetration. Some of that being explosive damage. So it's kind of like, because it only has 3 bursts, I kind of view it as like a long-range bolt-action sniper rifle. Obviously, it's not bolt-action, but since it only has 3 bursts before you have to reload, it's kind of like the same play style as a bolt-action rifle with huge burst damage. So that's kind of how I initially think about it, but I'm going to get to it, and we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to get to it today, but let's see. So I'm going to do... Actually, what's the main thing that I need to be able to take care of from a distance? Probably tower cannons. And this will be fine. I'm not going to worry about it. It would be good to have the hover pack, but I think maybe for now I'm going to go without it because it's probably, I mean, you can lean into that for higher vantage points and stuff, but also for practical gameplay, not everyone's going to have the hover pack, so I'll probably not use that for now. I'm just going to bring the supply pack so that I can just not have to worry about any of that stuff, and just kind of, I'm trying to maximize my testing time, really, so that's what I need to focus on. And other than that, I think I'm going to be focused on just have some more anti-tank stuff, because I want to try and get as much practice in with shooting enemies in the face as I can. And I'll change my armor to be super sneaky. Where is that cipher? There it is. Then I think I might actually use smokes because I just want to be able, I'm not really worried about completing the mission right now. I just want to be able to get the practice shots in. Grind says he thinks the plasma sniper is a marksman rifle / sniper. It has max range, pretty goated for bots sniping. Yeah, my testing, the DCS medium ping gives off the lowest noise profile for stealth. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me, for sure. Yeah, Naga, I thought about the jump pack, but since I'm really trying to focus more on just getting shots in and practice that stuff. Oh my god.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
I chose the supply pack instead for that reason.
Deploying equipment package.
See, this guy's not even looking at me. This would be a nice situation for the... There we go. See, when enemies aren't looking at you like this is where things like the hyena comes into play, because you just need to get 3 shots on it, period. That should be enough direct damage to let the fire damage finish it. But, since we don't have that... No! Chump. Boy, he's trying. Aiming on the sticks with his awkwardness. That seems like a hitbox registration error. Those should have hit him in the face. Here I am playing around too much. I'm about to get murked by a bot drop. These assholes still shooting me through the smoke. Come on. What am I seeing right there? I can't even tell.
Found something. Democracy's on its way.
Oh no, it hit the rock. Oh, that's unlucky. 5 shots to the chest. 1 if you line it up. To the head. And this is in its default configuration, right? Like, I don't have any of the angle grips. Yeah, this is default. So, third person is kind of eh. But if you're crouching, you can sit still long enough, that'll settle, and then it's, oh god. It gives you a little bit more favorable on the aim assist thing. I better reload this. Oh yeah, so check this out. When I'm standing upright, see how much the weapon is kind of swaying back and forth? It's not super bad, but there is definitely sway. You're correct. Concealment is not cover. It was just I was annoyed by the random distribution that's happened to target me very precisely at range through smoke with concealment armor. But then when I go down prone, the sway is also almost completely gone. So that's an important thing to know. It's recoil and sway get dramatically reduced whenever you go crouched and go prone.
Never mind.
Let's see, this almost seems, oh, you know what it is? It's because I guess it's because I'm aiming downhill. So the bullet drop isn't as much of an issue. Ugh. These erratic movements. No! No! Damn it. So if you have a moment to line up the shot, the ergonomics are still like there, like just workable enough in these tight ranges, but obviously the more enemies, the worse it is, so. That's a lot of baddies. I think it's about time to vanish in smoke. Oh no! I'm leaving the mission area. I'm fooling around too much. Need to get away from the edge.
Grenade! Grenade! I'm hit! Sweet liberty, the blood!
My man is struggling. Alright. They should mostly be not pursuing. Let's see. Looks like they're about... Yeah, they're more than 50 meters away, so... I probably better go ahead and keep moving around a little bit. Alright, so this guy's 72 meters. Let's see, this is 200, so 1 notch would be... Let's see, I don't remember if it was 100 per notch or 50 per notch. Let's try. I guess it's about 100. Where is all this fog coming from, dude? Can't see shit. Dang, that didn't kill the rocket in one shot. There we go. Alright. So I guess it's 100 per hashtag, or hash line. One thing I haven't figured out is if it's better to hit the enemy with smoke or yourself. Yeah, I think from what I remember, and I would need to look into this to confirm, is that the smoke is supposed to basically, it disrupts their line of sight, But they'll keep shooting at wherever they last saw you. And so, like, it's probably better to just put it on yourself. I mean, you can throw it at something to obscure it if you're approaching, I guess. And more on yourself if you're trying to disengage.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
A lot of baddies around me. 50 meters. See, at these awkward angles, the DCS is not as useful because... What the fuck? How did you see or hear me? I'm in null cipher armor and I was crouched and not moving. That's some bullshit. Hate those things. Yeah, that makes sense, Jason. It says it pings your location or whatever if it's near them because it's, I guess, acts like a regular grenade. Let's see. So yeah, but these guys, I mean, they're obviously in range, but they're not looking at me. So if, well, it's also a patrol. So as soon as I hit one, they'll all know where I'm at. But the biggest problem is that whenever they're not looking at you like that, the DCS isn't going to be as good because you have to use at least one shot to get their attention, and then you have to line up the shot to take their head off, which you may or may not have time to do. So it's very circumstantial for like patrols. It's a little bit better for things like base guards where you can just kind of move around the outside if you need to, and when you shoot one of them, they don't all immediately know where you are. I mean, that one knows where I'm at because he saw me shooting, but... Gosh dang it, I'm gonna have to go find this stupid gunship facility. I don't know why it's letting them, like, identify me whenever I'm using stealth armor and I'm barely moving. You son of a bitch.
Freedom never sleeps!
Flinched me off my shot. These things are an absolute menace since they got updated. What the fuck? I hit the damn thing and it's still alive. Come on, dude. I should not have to hit them in the thruster with a quasar shot to kill them. That's pretty dumb. Unless you're telling me I actually missed. Fucking gunship facilities, man. Or gunships. Where is the facility at? I need to go destroy that. There it is.
Objective located.
It's weird that it's... I guess it's detecting all of my gunshots from super far away. Which really sucks for me. Nothing to see here. Alright, let's go take this thing out. Because gunships are a real pain in the butt. Crouch, dude. Come on. It's another weird oddity. Is that on awkward terrain, it won't let you crouch all the time. Come on. Taking me 10,000 years to let me line up my shot with the pistol, but then this thing is instant murdering me. That's kind of annoying.
Democracy has landed.
Skill issue, I guess. It's also kind of inconsistent. Sometimes you need to rely on the little reticle circle. Sometimes you need to rely on the laser sight, and I don't like that it seems to go back and forth by weapon even. That would be another issue I think needs to get fixed.
Sub-objective near your location.
Did it just like
Objective critical stratagem available.
didn't do anything? That's weird. How far away are those guys? They're too close.
Hellbomb request approved. On its way now.
Ah.
Hellbomb arm. Clear the area.
Oh no, I can't get out this way. Shit!
Making progress.
Yeah, there really is.
Firing orbital strike.
Democracy's on its way.
Oh, so much stuff still sees me.
Got him.
Now, why do you still see me through the building? I wish they would fix that too. When it comes to stealth, it's come a long way, but it's still got plenty of annoyances. Not really getting a lot of mileage on my desired testing with this mission play so far. Alright, those guys are coming at me too much. It's almost like I'm gonna have to do more of like a more investment in stealth if I want this to really pay off. I don't normally play solo stuff though. It's not generally something I really like doing all that much because it's just a different type of gameplay. It's cool and impressive and all that, but I just don't really usually like it. Especially why normally I do testing on lower difficulties, because then I get too much pressure and I can't see like carefully controlled like circumstances as easily. Now, by the time I've killed all those guys, there's a whole nother batch. I'm awkwardly just marching straight up a small cliff Don't know if I really need this, but we'll try it. Chalk it up to a warm-up mission? Yeah, for sure. Jason says one thing to consider is that weapons like the Diligence and Amendment have the magazine depth for suppressing fire, which reduce butt accuracy, but the DCS is, yeah. I mean, it's definitely mainly for those like longer range, 75, 100 meters, stuff like that. It even has the lowest sway and stuff too, so it's suited for that for sure. That's why it's sometimes easier for me to do testing at like difficulty 4, 5, and 6, so that there aren't quite as many enemy patrols coming in, because like, you know, I don't have time to really do good controlled testing whenever there's a ton of enemies constantly flooding me, like, because I'm not testing like a loadout, you know what I mean? So yeah, this is too much. I'm gonna dial it back down to 6, I think, because 6 is a pretty good mix of enemy density, but not like a constant like stress test of like a loadout exactly, which is not what I'm trying to do right now.
This operation would
Help us from. Ignition orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Yeah, I guess those gunships though were finding me because of the shots that they were hearing. It's just weird that they were able to find and identify me visually so easily wearing null cipher armor. That doesn't seem, to me, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But maybe that's just, maybe I just need to do a little more looking into that and how that works. I'm actually just gonna do this one, I think.
Launch initiated.
Yeah, I don't really need the stun nades because the distance at which I would want to use them is, I can't throw that far. Ooh, this is a hot drop, isn't it?
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
No, nobody knows. He's just kind of reclining. That's funny. I wonder... if I use the Diligence from this close, it's going to get it. Ah, dude. Alright, I know what I'm going to do first. Come on, that wasn't that far. Ugh.
Sub-objective in your vicinity. Launching smoke screen. Objective critical stratagem available. Hellbomb request approved, on its way now.
They're not coming, right? Yay. I'm getting some very unlucky moments here. What? How did it bounce up onto the worst possible place?
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Jeezel Pete's, man. Alright, they're far enough away. Yeah, gunships for sure ignore null armor. The Bane when trying to do blitz missions, yeah. They definitely seem like they just don't care about it, which I don't think makes a lot of sense, but or they just have obscenely long detection range so that it effectively nullifies them. Either one is kind of bullshit. Div 3 into a bush. Yeah, dive into a bush. Alright. Well, that was actually kind of fun in a sense because it was a hot drop and I was able to get out of there without everything freaking out. And he's... the Hulk is still just there sitting on his haunches dead, and his buddy doesn't even realize. He thinks he's just quietly, patiently listening to that Devastator tell him about his horrific experiences back on Malevelon Creek. Alright. Nobody knows the trouble I bring. Oh, he knows. And they're coming to let me know. Okay, well this would be a good option because it's out in the open. I can get some pretty good long-range shots. I just need to be able to do it without drawing too much other enemy attention.
Never mind.
Those guys are inside 50 meters now, so they might hear me. I think it's like 30 meters that they start to hear me. There's quite a lot of them. Yeah, for real, the scenery. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least bot troopers that can summon reinforcements. It's not great. Oh yeah, I got a smoke grenade. I don't have an explosive grenade. Well, I think I'm gonna have to deal with him though, or I'm just gonna have to wait on him to get at least. Damn, yeah, that sucks. Oh my god, the ergo is so rough inside this range. How is that missing, dude? Come on. Very, very disappointing.
Delivering payload.
They still need to do something about letting these enemies just casually march up awkward terrain as well. Now I've got too many in. This guy's still alive.
Democracy's on its way.
You guys are completely ruining my... Really, bro? Really? That's... I don't think the smoke is working at all. Like, he just completely tracked me through the smoke. He didn't shoot at my last known location, and I'm wearing null armor. He shouldn't have been able to see me come around the side like that, or hear me. That's not okay. That is quite frustrating. Very disappointed.
Last reload.
Oh well.
Injury? What injury?
The larger issue of needing those things to be away from me so that I can blow up other stuff or shoot at other things has been resolved. So this would be better situation for something like the hyena, because I'm gonna have to use at least one shot to get his attention. But if I do that, he might alert everything else. So I don't know. Let's see. I wonder what the best. If I could lock in on his body. Let's see. This is the 10x zoom, and I've got it at 200, and so you can see like at 122 meters, like. There's not a lot of detail that you can make out. Like, it is still hard to make those shots, but when I'm prone like this, you know, sway is almost completely gone. And so, I mean, it is doable, but I don't know. Let's see. Ah, that was a chest. There we go. What was that, like 4 shots to the stomach at that range? Oh, you know what? You're right, Jason. That's a good point. I'll have to remember that. I think I'm going to blow this guy up just because. Ah, man, we got more of them.
Blowing smoke screen.
Nothing to see here. So that was a cool opportunity there with that rocket devastator up there. It was like 4 shots to the stomach, starting from an awkward angle, took it down, which is the same or one more than the hyena would have needed if I just shot it directly into the body, because the fire damage would have finished it off. I wonder if I can clip his head. Hey! What was that, like 40 meters? Alright.
Never mind.
So standing here, quite a bit more sway, which, you know, you can time your shot, but it does make it more complicated. Kneeling is a little bit better. But going prone, look at that. I think I got the whole base on me now, huh? Ah!
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Back empty.
Wanted to be able to get a little bit better vantage point and then turning.
Cancel that.
There we go. Definitely tough to get them when in the head when they're lumbering back and forth like that, but it's doable.
Never mind.
Okay.
Cancel that.
One tick mark down from 200. It's pretty good.
Never mind.
That's not great. Obviously, as a solo mission situation, you have to be a lot more selective, right? Picking off bot troopers is super important if you don't want to get reinforcements called onto you. And the ability to do that quickly with the diligence is, well, or with the counter sniper is Not super good. What's going on up here? Maybe I can get a good vantage point from up here to
Found something.
hit some other stuff. He did more than look at me. He fucking got alerted to my presence. That's too bad. Yeah, that wasn't too shabby. Alright.
Outpost destroyed.
That's too many. I can't pick those off. If I had something like the Diligence or the Amendment, I would feel a little bit more capable of picking off a bunch of bot troopers quickly before they could call reinforcements, but not with the Diligence counter sniper. This is a good little Overwatch point. How many shots to the leg, I wonder? What was that, like 7? I'm not even sure all those hit the leg, but
Never mind.
whoa. Got his attention. Okay. Alright, well that cleared the red zone, so I guess everything's gone. That's nice. Well, as far as getting those ultra precision shots, I mean, the DCS is definitely good for that. It's just, if you're by yourself, things can be real dicey whenever enemy patrols come by. But I suppose if you either destroy those patrols with a stratagem option or something like that, it's not as bad. But personally, I think I would enjoy using the DCS more with a coordinated team, or even with like a bunch of randoms that I could just kind of tag along like right behind them so that I can target the small enemies and stuff like that to cover them. That's always a gamble if you get teammates that are really going to cooperate with you, though. Let's see what we can do
Cancel
here.
that.
Wow. He said, fuck you in your Overwatch spot. That was shitty. I don't quite understand why sometimes these bots are moving at like super speed whenever there are no cyborgs present. Well, that wasn't too bad, other than the rocket blasted me off of the side of the mountain. crouch. Please crouch. There we go. Okay. Well, if you have the range, it's plenty precise. I definitely have the impression that, you know, you want to use the DCS at like 75 meters or farther if possible, because if stuff starts closing in, it's just quite difficult to track them. Now, maybe if I attach the... Oh, yeah, let's do that. If I attach the angled foregrip, that should make it a little bit more serviceable as they get close to you. And then as far as the sway goes, muzzle brake adds, let's see. The muzzle brake, yeah, the muzzle brake adds plus 20% sway to the counter sniper. Of course, no attachment is nothing, and then pretty sure these are the same. Yeah, the compensator is also... Oh, the compensator is 25% sway. That super sucks. So that's going to be better suited for just spamming shots center mass without having to worry about vertical recoil too much, I guess. And then in the muzzle brake for the horizontal improvement, flash hider is a little bit of both, less sway, but it still adds 10%. So usually I do like the flash hider because it's a nice middle ground option. Plus, if you know, some guns have a really bright muzzle flash, and that actually does bother me sometimes. So I'll commonly attach it for that reason. The DCS doesn't seem to be that bad, so in favor of maximum sway, I would take it off, but I think I might be able to get away without it if I just do this. So that would be a combined, let's see, 25%, no, 20% increased, but then the angled foregrip reduces it by 25%. So we're going from, by default, we would be sitting at an additional 20%, and then we take it off and it's down to 0, and then we put the flash hider and it is an additional 10% now, but then the angled foregrip gives us minus 25%. So we're sitting at what? A total of minus 15%, 15% reduced sway compared to normal. So that should be significantly improved while still having some of the recoil benefits and the flash hider thing. So that's what I would like to do. Gives us a little bit better ergonomics as well. actually. Probably just not going to worry about that right now. I'll do this. Okay. Well, this is nice. This is a real good vantage point. All right. So standing sway with those changes. It still definitely has sway, but the little like area of sway is improved, it looks like to me. And crouch. Tightens it up a bit, and then of course going prone. Looks like going prone. I mean, it's just barely moving at all, so that's pretty good. 104, so I need to go down to this tick. Hey, all right. Nice. Oh yeah, whoops. Thanks there, Jason. Forget to switch that stuff sometimes. It's got to get used to the setup. Oh, that's a bummer. Basically, I was just pulled off some nice crispy headshots at like 100 meters with this thing using the bullet drop hash marks. If you can see that there. This time for real. Well, thanks for stopping in there, cool. Glad to see it. Okay, so let's see. Can I just, what would be really interesting, well, okay, first off, let's, all right, 120 meters. So about here. Yeah, you see that? The power of the bullet drop marks. I don't think this has the ability to destroy it. Oh, it does. If it'll let me, there we go. Uh-oh, these assholes are coming. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. That's what I wanted. Oh, you little bastard. At least I managed to kill them all before they could call a bot drop. That's always satisfying. All right, so those ergonomics improvements were rock solid, yeah. Yeah, going prone definitely improves sway substantially on like every weapon, but the diligence counter sniper is just super super steady whenever you build into it a little bit because it's already got the lowest sway. It's very unique. It's one of the only weapons, if not the only weapon, that has a sway value below 1.0 by default. Okay, now where was I? Oh yeah. We can break these tower thingies. What is this objective called? Destroy transmission network. You know, for a long time this was only available in early missions, and then they like brought it back.
Objective completed.
That is a lot of bot troopers. I don't know that I could kill all of those with the diligence counter sniper before. But you know what? Fuck it. It's like he knows to duck. Just to be clear, this is... Oh, shit! Man, he almost nailed me. He was going for it. Did you see that?
Have a taste of democracy.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that's super satisfying. Slapping that angled foregrip on it really did help quite a bit. What did that increase the... That gives us... I already kind of forgot. I guess it would have been... We put on the... Did I put on the flash hider? Is that right? Yeah, I put on the flash hider. So... I already forgot. I don't remember what it was, but... In any case, it's quite a bit better. Am I going to include the Eruptor in the Marksman rifle list? Well, I was thinking about that. It definitely has some overlap with the way Marksman rifles function, so I think it might be one of those special mentions near the end type situation. Because, I mean, it is literally a bolt-action rifle, and it's jet-assisted, so it can make those long-range shots and stuff like that. So, yeah, you know, I think it deserves at least a mention. Kind of the way I mentioned the energy-based stuff at the end of the shotguns. Nothing to see, little buddy. Don't even worry. Okay, that ain't gonna... Ah, he's moving too much out of range. Out of my line of sight. What? Did I just hit the rock? Dadgummit. Oh, wow. He sees me? How does he see me from that far? I mean, I know I just shot in his general direction, but... Right here. Stuff. Those guys are gonna make my day harder. I did not have a reloaded magazine. None of that. Upper terrain. Damn it. Awkward terrain just screwed me.
Attack
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Okay. Yeah, they were shooting in the direction of the explosion. Although that one dude in front looked like he definitely like stared into my soul and then was like, "I'm coming for you." All right.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
All right, let's think. So, well, first let me see if there are any like super duper long range shots that I can make. But I mean, I can't, like 400 meters away, like I can't see anything worth shooting over there. So that's not really, like the only thing I could really shoot at that distance is gonna be like these network things. Like that, which is pretty cool. I'm both happy and sad that this weapon can destroy those and not something like the AMR is required. Because, you know, that is technically the definition, kind of like material. You'd think the AMR would be required, but I guess I'm glad it's not. I can't really see that very well from here. I don't think I have a good angle. No, it's possible. I just need to get good. Hey, all right. Okay, I can't really see the rest over there though. Oh well. Do the mill dots work for you? On the Hyena, at least it was way off, and by Gundam Boy's video, it hit center for upwards of 600 meters. Really, I haven't actually checked. Broadly speaking, if you're aiming downhill, then you can almost always aim dead center with a mill dot in this game. But for the counter sniper, at least, in my like everything I've done today and yesterday with the 10x, if it's 100 meters away and I'm set currently on the 200 meter, I need to use the first little like horizontal line there below the center dot in order to score a headshot reliably. It works pretty good on that. And then, you know, on down the line based on how far away you are from the target. So the DCS, it seems to work with the 10x. Well, let's take a look at the Hyena, because I feel pretty good about the Diligence counter sniper so far. I mean, the ergonomics increase with the angled foregrip, and then, you know, you can, I like to swap to the flash hider, but you could take off the attachment. You know, just getting it to be above 30, I think, is a significant improvement over, you know, sub 30. At longest ranges, like you can still, it's still serviceable, right? But once you get it unlocked, you may as well do the angled foregrip for the ergonomics, but especially the sway benefits. And then I would switch off of the muzzle brake and either do no attachment or the flash hider, which also improves your ergonomics, but also and your sway. Flash hider does help a little bit with recoil and stuff like that. So that's my preferred loadout for the Diligence. But definitely try and use it like outside 50 meters, 75 meters or more. If you can help it, you get a lot of benefit out of it. Really take advantage of the long range, high precision, highest precision in the game, at least in terms of sway, which I think is super important. What were we saying? The mill dots, right? And we hear you. We won't make the DCS deal 10 damage, 0 AP, and gosh. We were looking at the Hyena next, right? That's what you were saying? Yeah, okay.
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's.
I'm starting to think that level 6 might be my new preferred testing difficulty. It feels just about right. Oh good, extraction on a hill. Let's see if this is going to be another hot drop. Let's actually compare the AMR as well. That'll be a good time. And just for kicks, I'm gonna bring the mortars. Yeah, unless I need rocket striders, level 6 is nice. Yeah, I agree. Level 6 is like just enough challenge to still be like engaging without feeling especially stressful, I think. Mortar! Mortar combat! Naga, man, you got me with that one. Oh gosh, that was funny.
Now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Let's see, we've got lots of options around the hill, it looks like. Let's see, so yeah, this is the 10X. This is the, yeah, okay. Both 10X. Old Warcraft 3 voice line. Oh, okay. There's a reason Div 6 is the most popular among players. Yeah. It has access to everything you need for ship upgrades without being super brutal. Makes sense to me. Oh, yeah. So we were going to say... Okay, so 87... Dang weeds. Alright. Of course there's a fucking patrol coming already. Alright. So if it's working as intended, then I should get a headshot by putting this lower hashtag right there. And that was a headshot. And that was a headshot. And everything else, yeah. So it seems like it's working for me. I'm on PlayStation 5 Pro. It's possible there's a difference between platforms if you're on Xbox or you're playing on a computer, as is somewhat often the case, right?
Never destroy our way of life.
Golly. Quit doing your chicken dance, you daggum thing. Okay, so at least there we saw I got the headshot using the MilDot system, and it was accurate. So we'll do some more shot testing though to see what we find. Ooh. Is there? All right, there's a dude there. 81.
Cancel that.
Well, maybe I can climb up here. Get a better... Of course, now I'm introducing a downward angle, though, so that might change things a little bit, but it should be close enough. I can't even see him, can I? Maybe I can break this flag. I don't know if I have enough demo force on this thing. Guess not, or I'm missing, I can't really tell. Alright. Guess that's not an option. I do like that I just shot him in the arm and then he burned to death the rest of the way.
Hot outpost. How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Automaton outpost destroyed.
should burn. Damn it, you. Why can't you just hold still and let me do my testing the way I want? Oh wait, I guess I could use a stun grenade. Wow. Alright, where is another long-range target that I can hit? Because we were testing the mill dots, right? I mean, it seemed like it was working out to me, but... Alright, so if that's 50 meters, let's see, 200, that'd be 100. I think it would be here. I can't tell how much of that was from a glancing angle and how much of it was I just missed. Six meters. Overshot a little bit. I'm aiming downhill though. And when you're aiming downhill, man, I'm like blind. I can't see this. This dude blends in so much, especially when there's smoke in the shadows and stuff. Cool's changed his mind. Now the hyena is one of his favorites, huh? What made you change your mind, Cool? Alright, I need to find an area that I can do this test and not be aiming down, because aiming down really changes the adjustment requirements.
Fire in the hole!
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Let me just broadly move this direction, I guess. You now understand how to use it properly. And how is that exactly, now that you've modified your gameplay tactics and stuff?
Never mind. Cancel that.
I mean, it seems like I think the mill dot thing is working properly, because that's where I would expect that I need to aim, and it corresponds. So at least on PlayStation 5, the mill dot appears to be working for me. Hey, another hell bomb. Didn't let my sway settle. Okay. Well, we know that I feel pretty confident saying that the mill dot on the 10x scope is working properly now. I guess I would need to check the other sites to make sure as well, but I feel pretty confident about that one at least. Paired it with the dagger so you could set a devastator on fire and keep them burning. Yeah, that seems like a good plan. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and get some more coffee and put some food in the cooker, and then I'll be back here. All right. Yeah, the dagger is a solid option. One of my favorite things to use it for is just to be able to move and shoot while just sweeping it across like terminids and stuff, like the small stuff, and then they just light on fire and burn to death immediately. It's pretty nice. Okay, so yeah, they really can be. Sreg, they really can be. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so Cool's checking the mill dot on PC. seems like it's working on PlayStation, so I'm gonna just not worry about that further for now. Yeah, the ultra precision here is good. Definitely want to be as long range as possible. Take advantage of the high precision, high damage. They are long range flamers. Yeah, they kind of are. Let's see. So we've got the counter sniper, high precision, build into it for the best way available across marksman rifles. We've got the regular diligence, better on the shorter end of marksman rifle distances. I'd say, what did I say? 25 to 75 meters seems to be about ideal given its customization options. To take advantage of the headshot kills, it absolutely needs the enemies to be looking at you, so it's not going to be as effective at flanking and things like that. The diligence also prefers, you know, getting into position to take advantage of headshot damage, but it can put in decent, I guess, like chip damage if you're helping teammates or something like that that have enemies focused on them. But it's, let's see, compared to the hyena, in my opinion, is basically built with flanking in mind and non-headshot damage in mind, because you shoot 3 or 4 shots to the torso of a devastator and then the fire damage finishes it off. Compared to the diligence counter sniper, you need to put in at least, I think, 5 shots to the torso to kill a devastator. So from that standpoint, the hyena is going to be more efficient at punching through medium armor targets to their chest and letting that fire damage do its work. So if you want something that's going to take advantage of flanking or generally non-headshot angles, the hyena is going to do better than the counter sniper for that specific kind of gameplay. Shreg asks, any ideas for why use the green laser equipment? Oh, are you asking when you might want to use the laser pointer? Well, the best thing about the laser pointer, well, there are a couple of good things about the laser pointer. When you are inside shorter ranges especially, the laser pointer gives you a pretty solid indicator of where you're aiming. It seems to be pretty effective for putting it on the head of something at like 25 to 50 meters, and the laser pointer is going to be dialed in, and you'll hit whatever, like exactly what you're aiming for. Inside like close ranges, like 15 meters or less on pistols, sometimes it's not as reliable. You need to account for that and aim more with the circled on like third person. But third person, it gives you a real clear indicator of where you're aiming, which is useful for you, but it's also useful for your teammates, because then your teammates can say, oh, my dude is like aiming at something, like he's right behind me, isn't he? Right, kind of situation. So that's pretty nice. And in some maps, you know, the laser sight with flashlight combo can be helpful. Like I'm on PlayStation 5 Pro, and with HDR and all that stuff, sometimes in dark missions, man, you really need a flashlight. So I like it for those purposes. I would normally like to have a flashlight and laser combo on my shorter range weapons. So submachine guns, I like running with lasers and flashlights. shotguns as well. And then assault rifles are a pretty good choice because they're kind of flexible between like close range out to mid range, so you can have a lot of benefit for that, especially if you specifically want to use your assault rifle with a little bit more of a short range in mind. Laser pointers can be really good for that. And they just kind of look cool, you know? Like there's also that. You got it, Sreg. Appreciate you hanging out. Jason says, flashlight also increases visibility range in sandstorms and urban rubble dust and other situations. Laser pointers are also good for the ballistic shield. Yeah, for sure. With the ballistic shield, if you're using a one-handed weapon, laser pointers allow you to use the ballistic shield in first person a lot more easily. Yeah, good points. No pun intended. But I'm okay with it. I'm enthusiastic about those types of puns. Okay, so we were doing... Need to think here a little bit before I get too far off. So for maximum precision at maximum engagement ranges, the Diligence Counter Sniper is undoubtedly going to be your best option. Once you level it up, you can slap on something like the Flash Hider and the Angled Foregrip to bump up the ergonomics just a little bit, which helps it feel a lot better even at those long ranges, and of course, just globally. But more importantly, those will improve the sway even more and allow it to be hands down the most precise long range weapon, at least in terms of sway. And then Diligence, limited by the 4x optic and the somewhat less damage per shot, penetration and all that. It can still be very precise with if you build into sway. But the optic is going to limit it more out to a maximum of probably about 75 meters without having to really try hard to land precise shots. So it's really going to be better suited for up to like 50 meters to be able to quickly acquire a target and then shoot it. Obviously, you're going to want to be targeting weak points. It's like penetration. Diligence Counter Sniper also wants to target weak points, but it can do just fine by punching through armor. Hyena. Much more of a body shot weapon. 3 or 4 shots, let the burn damage finish. So good as a flanking weapon or approaching a base from any angle and not having to rely on headshots. It's more efficient than other options. Deadeye, just from my experience so far, kind of the same thing. It's more of a hybrid. With the 4x combat scope and its 30 stagger and capacity and ammo profile and all that stuff, it can flex between close range, short range, and out to like mid range pretty reliably. If you put on the 10x sniper scope, then you can go out to 100 meters, but you cannot improve the sway, so you pretty much have to go prone in order to make that reasonably effective as a super long range sniper option. It certainly has the damage though. So this is more of a hybrid, like it can perform well in any situation. because it does have high ergonomics and relatively high stagger. It just doesn't have the capacity to sustain that type of output in close range or even like mid-range against a bunch of targets. This is, as far as marksman rifles go, I would consider the Deadeye to be more of the flexible brawler choice. Constitution, kind of a meme weapon. It's got good precision. It's got pretty good ergonomics. But it's more of a close range option, limited shot capacity, all that kind of stuff. So, if you want to use it at distance, you can, but it's going to take a lot more effort. And of course, it's not good for crowds at all with the rounds reload and the 5-shot capacity. So, and then I don't even know, actually, what is its stagger profile? Yeah, it has 20 stagger on the bullet, so you can stagger things like hive guards, but yeah, more of a fun roleplay meme style weapon. But if you really wanted to, take advantage of it, you could. You have to lean pretty hard into that. Yeah. It is a perfect weapon. It's awesome. It's definitely got style points. As far as the accelerator rifle, I think I'm going to include it as a special mention at the end of the marksman rifle combat role breakdown, because it does share a lot of overlap. I mean, it was originally released as a sniper category, and then they changed it. I mean, it is basically a marksman rifle with plasma as its ammo type, so it'll be there. Amendment. This is the light armor penetration version of the longest range marksman rifle because it gets the 10x scope. You cannot improve the sway though, so you definitely have to lean into going prone to make those long range shots more effective. And then as far as its flexibility, like it doesn't have quite as good of precision capability at those long ranges, but it is very serviceable with the 10x scope. In general, it's going to do better in like mid-range with pretty good close range as a kind of a backup because of the 3-round burst fire capability, the relatively like middle of the pack ergonomics, which is still feels pretty good at closer ranges, and then it has the bayonet as well. So things like the size of an Alpha Commando or smaller can be staggered as an emergency backup. So it's got a lot of good, like, I guess, broad capabilities. I would say probably its main role is going to be right around 50 meters, picking heads off, and then as they close in, you switch to that burst fire mode to be able to put down the shorter range enemies as necessary. Oh yes, Reg, the amendment's your beloved, huh? It's a nice gun, man. I like it a lot. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the sensor. I mean, the sensor is the stealth, basically the stealth version of the Diligence. I mean, their damage output is super similar, style and all that stuff. It just doesn't have quite the same range. This is going to be more of your 25 to 50 meter, I guess, suppressed option. You can get the sniper scope so that you can have a better sight picture and clarity and all that kind of stuff, but definitely tougher to use because this is a subsonic bullet, so it's going to have a lot more curvature in its bullet drop and things like that. You do have the ability to build in for like sway and that kind of thing, so that's nice. But it's just not going to be able to perform as well at those very long ranges, like 100 meters or whatever, 7,500 meters. But of course, you know, its whole big deal is that it's suppressed, so that makes sense. It's going to have those other kinds of trade-offs. So pretty slick for that kind of thing. So good for picking off enemies from a distance, like if you're approaching a base or whatever, so that they don't know what the heck is happening. It's even easier to maintain stealth than with a regular rifle because of that. And ammo capacity trade-offs and things of that nature. But, you know, it serves that purpose pretty good. I like it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I think my food is ready. Let me go grab that. I'll be right back. All right. Den says the PC, you can control the graphics and increase your visibility through the options. I run full performance except for fog visibility. I run epic to see better. Epic. You mean like ultra settings? You'll have to tell me more about what you mean there, Den. Let me see here. I should make sure I get these notes down properly. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, so my initial impressions were The R63 Diligence, with its light armor pen and damage profile, ammo profile, and customization options, seems to be best suited for 25 to 75 meters, favoring weak point selection and chaff killing, able to lean into some higher precision with customizations at the farther end of medium range. Definitely weak point elite killer and chaff killer. And then the R63 CS Diligence Counter Sniper. Medium armor pen, damage profile, ammo, and all that stuff. Customizations. Definitely is going to do its best work at 50 meters and beyond. With customizations, you can improve the sway even further. It already has the highest default sway of marksman rifles. And sway is what really matters at those extremely long distances, in conjunction with needing to have the highest 10x zoom optic so that you have better clarity, and then you need really good sway so that you don't have to fight the gun and to land the shot. And with its ammo profile and damage profile, it definitely favors very long range precision shooting with decent body shot damage as a secondary option. So definitely more of an elite killer first, like a precision elite killer at long range first, with, you know, body shot damage and chaff killing as a coming in second to that. And then R72 sensor, similar to the Diligence, but suppressed, making it easier to maintain stealth. Lower capacity, higher fire rate, and with its customization options and things like that. And bullet drop, definitely more of a close range, 25 to 50 meter option, ideally, so that you can get in close, but still be able to put out good damage against those light armor weak points, whether that's an elite or a chaff unit. Hyena, similar to Diligence Counter Sniper, but with incendiary, slightly higher damage output, but lower fire rate and different ammo structure. Capable of doing precision shooting, but more suited for flanking and non-headshot damage dealing, as it's more efficient at killing through body shots against things like Devastators through the chest, thanks to the fire dot. R6 Deadeye, kind of a jack of all trades, master of none situation. Rounds reload, so you can't waste ammo, but limited 8 capacity, low fire rate, high damage, high stagger. Allows the user to employ short range, mid range, and long range, but not as effectively as other options that lean into one or the other. Has lots of sex appeal. R2124 Constitution, sort of a satirical meme type gun. Rounds reload, medium armor, low capacity, all that kind of stuff. Effective in the shorter ranges. Comes with a bayonet, you know. Fun gun, not really great beyond short range. R2 Amendment, arguably the best extreme long range precision shooting rifle with its damage profile and 10x zoom access. Comes with a bayonet, decent 3-round burst for short range pursuers, but best suited probably between 25 and 75 meters. No real ability to improve sway, which is why it's not quite as good as something like the Diligence Counter Sniper for max precision at super long range. Still a very strong option with some reasonable customizations, applications, and stuff. Okay. Sorry there, I just had to make sure I got my notes down so that I don't forget. You know what I'm saying? All right. Cool says that the Hyena takes 11 shots to take out a gunship thruster. That's good to know. I don't remember how many shots it is for the DCS. I think it's at least 12, though. I'm having a hard time remembering. Might be more like 16 or 17. Why does the Hyena have 2 barrels? The top barrel would be considered the gas tube, and the bottom barrel would be where the projectile is actually fired out of. God damn it. I hate it when stuff in a web browser like pops up and like disables your typing input. That sort of thing makes me so mad. Like, that's a real good way for advertisers to make me never want to buy their products because you pissed me off by interrupting what I was doing. Huh. The mill dots seem to work. Well, that's good. Yeah, so the Dragunov that this is somewhat based on is, you know, this upper part here. Like, you can see this has 2 barrels, Sreg. See you, cool. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you helping me with some of these details. So you got the main barrel here on the bottom, and then you've got this upper barrel. It's just not quite as long as it looks in here, right? But it's a gas tube. It's part of gas tube systems. Basically, they take advantage of the explosion from whenever the cartridge is struck by the hammer of the firearm and the bullet fires, it explodes, and it uses that to basically circulate air, if you will, and forces different components to move so that your bullet fires and then ejects the shell and loads a new shell into the chamber and stuff like that. That is correct. Yeah. It's basically like taking advantage of the fact that the explosion is going to push a lot of air around anyway. So it just redirects that air to help make the whole system work more efficiently. It's a big part of the reason why like you don't have to manually chamber the round by yourself like a bolt action or something. It uses that explosion and the air pressure that it creates to push the bolt for you. Pretty cool, honestly. There's so much engineering that goes into this stuff. It's amazing. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool if we could get stuff like bipods and tripods. Most rifles, it would be considered a bipod because you would want two legs. You don't really need a third. Tripods are for things like mounting a camera, right? Let's see. What should I mess around with next? Nah, it's all good, man. Not a big deal. It's kind of interesting, like, I guess I could just move on to doing some gameplay because I think I've pretty much identified the major trade-offs and breakpoints at this point. Now, I think what I need to do is go into some difficulty 9s or some difficulty 10s with either solo or with a team. I think I'd rather do it with a team. I prefer quick play. I like the way that this game feels in a team setting. And start trying to kind of see, like, when I'm with a team, since that's the way most people are going to be playing, like how good are these at moving with a team or covering a team, things like that, you know. Den loves his Benelli 12 gauge due to semi and has less kick than my Remington pump or 12 gauge long tom single. Black powder loadout and long tom is on long range a goose gun. Okay. A veritable firearm enthusiast. Yeah, I used to be a lot more into them. Now I'm less so. I can't really run without risking back pain issues anymore, so I kind of stopped being as interested. I used to do like run and gun competitions as part of my like personal training for military purposes, and it was just fun. But now I've got all the bases covered. I got some, I got some pistols, I got some shotgun stuff, rifles, but nothing too serious anymore. Man, guns are an expensive hobby, dude. You know exactly what I'm talking about too. That's one thing I like about video games. It's like you pay for the hardware and then you just kind of you buy the game or whatever, and it's like that's it. Like you don't have to buy new ammo, you don't have to buy replacement parts. Well, I mean, maybe if you're a PC gamer eventually, but like in terms of comparing, yeah, yeah, hobbies are expensive, dude. Like a lot of hobbies are just expensive. Like I switched over from firearms as a main hobby to archery for a little while, and that was significantly cheaper. You still had to spend a few $100s up front to get a good like um, bow, depending on what kind of bow, like a long bow or a recurve or a um, compound and so on. But arrows are cheap and reusable, you know. Dan would argue his video game collection is more expensive. Gaming is expensive when you do both. Well, yeah, I mean, you're double dipping at that point, brother. So, I mean, yeah, at that point, I don't know if I would consider the gaming hobby overall as the expensive as piece as much as like you're just engaging in it in a very expensive way. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Left-handed, huh? Yeah, you're right. They're just not as common, like at all. That was I remember when I was helping run an archery club in my area, and we only had a few people that would be left-handed, and it was always, yeah, it was always a bit of a pickle. You lefties, man. Okay, so let's see. Well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna just kind of run some missions with each gun and kind of get a feel for it now that I think I've pretty much got the breakpoints and kind of like the mental framework built for ideal engagement spaces and targets and stuff. So yeah, if anybody is interested in joining up, we can do that for sure. I'm just gonna put my regular armor back on. Yeah, I'll just let me here, I'll put my friend code right there. So you just text me in the game chat or in the YouTube chat once you've done that. Here, I'll put it in the chat as well. Because it's right behind my body. There you go. Let me know whenever you've got that friend request. I mean, I should see it come through, but yeah. Yeah. For sure, Jason. Just use that friend code I put in the chat and we'll get it going. If you open up, if you're on the ship and you open up the social menu there, you'll use the friend code that I have written down to input in the search field, and then you will see my name pop up and you'll have the option to add me. All right, while you guys are sending me friend codes and stuff, I'm just going to put my dishes back in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Okay. Oops. Sleepy Walker and Oblivious Naga. Gotcha. All right, Jason, I got you. Oh, Naga, I got you. Sreg, are you having difficulties?
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Hey there, fellas.
Greetings.
Welcome aboard the Marshal of Peace, also known as the MOP, where we will be cleaning up the galaxy one mission at a time.
I will provide you my liberating capabilities.
Excellent. Let's see. So Sreg, I'm not seeing anything in terms of friend requests. And I haven't heard anything else from him or her or whatever, so I'll just leave it on invite only for now. And if I see anything in the chat, then I'll try and get them in here. But we can just 3-man it for now. Okay. I think I'm going to continue with the hyena for right now because I want to go ahead and, since it's the new hotness, because it's incendiary. And so, yeah, I'm going to put that bad boy on, keep leveling it up. I think I'll do the flash hider so it's a little bit less sway. Stick with the 10x. Yeah.
Helldiver. The super
Alright, you
destroyer
guys can
is
hear me?
ready for your next
I do
mission.
hear you.
Every mission brings us one step
We'll
closer
go.
to the
Let's see,
full
what is the major order?
democratization of the known universe.
We gotta do Marfark, huh? All right. Well, that'll be good. Then we can get cyborgs and the other stuff.
Plus, we get a planet for free.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, I don't see anything from Sreg, so we'll just go ahead and get started then. We'll start out on, let's see, what difficulties do you guys normally play on?
I'm good for whatever.
Yeah, it's usually 8, but that's just when I want to chill, so yeah, whatever is good.
Yeah.
I'm currently gonna bring a rather default loadout just so you can, if you were, for example, playing with a random that maybe didn't have very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. We'll start on 6 and we'll move up from there. Oh, it looks like Shrek may have been able to send me a friend request. Let me check. There it is. Oh, it's Senior Egg. Got it. Okay. That's funny. All right. Got the invitation sent out.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
All right, we'll just kind of do a little, we'll come in at extraction, do a little J-hook down and up and make our way around and be all right. So I'm gonna try and play more of a long-range support fire type thing with the hyena. You guys do however you feel like. I only request is that we try and stick together.
Roger.
Yeah.
I'll bring one of these and these. So I'm gonna try and lean into sort of more crowd control and long-range support with the hyena, and then I'll have the Quasar as my one anti-tank option. The rest, I leave up to you guys.
I'm definitely not pulling a random bullshit loadout.
Helipod launch initiated. Allied destroyer has left his
Oh no, we lost a man.
Oh no.
We're off to a good start. I'll open it up to friends only, so hopefully he can rejoin.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, I said his network messed up, so I'll set it to friends only, and you can rejoin when you get the opportunity, Jason.
Calling down supplies. Requesting tac pack. Calling down support weapons.
Alright. See a jammer over that way. Looks like the terrain is a little bit better.
Tagging map.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I'm gonna hit this tower.
Thank you.
Alright.
Bots, northwest.
Tac pack inbound. Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
We got a patrol coming back behind us.
Engaging. I'll take
Nah,
it.
scheiße. I still got it.
Back empty.
Alright. Let's move on towards that jammer.
Objective located. Northwest.
I think there's a baby base right beside us. We might be able to pop real fast too.
Danger. South.
That's a big one.
What's a big one?
Tagging map.
Whoops.
Pin.
Tagging map. West. 50 meters.
Calling down a sentry.
Mortars, or EMS sentry coming in here. I'm gonna blast. Nice shooting.
That was good shooting.
Targeting this one.
50 meters. Southwest.
Alright, we're in jammer range now. I'm gonna bring down my gas mortar.
Oh. Oh well.
Help us deal with this bot drop, and then we can move along.
If anyone needs ammo, just let me know.
Roger, Dodger. Come here, S4. Alright.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
What's left over there, S3? Oh, I see you. It's like a fence in my way. Alright, let's push toward the jammer.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Never mind.
Okay. Watch out for those troopers. We don't want another reinforcement if we can help it.
Oh. Got drilled by a trooper.
I can't see. Now, I'm gonna help push in on the jammer so we can get that disabled.
Just covering flank.
Yeah, try to sneak over.
Nice.
I got the terminal.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Alrighty.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Reinforcing. Tagging map.
I love this new music.
Oh yeah, I got mine turned off at the moment. No, I got it turned on. It's just low.
Hellbomb. Fly.
I think this is a AA gun right here. Or a SAM site, I mean.
Asset destroyed.
That would be nice.
Sub-objective nearby.
Might just be the location for the.
Tactical asset near your
Oh, hot
location.
diggity! It is an AA gun. Good old Sammy.
Rare sample acquired.
Nice shooting. Hyena's not bad if you can like kind of zip around a corner and blast in the stomach of a Devastator. That's pretty good too. But you know, only if there's maybe like one or two.
Calling down a sentry.
Hunting down sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Hell yeah, the law of Super Earth.
Marksman, south. I got the terminal.
Liberty dispatched.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
I can't see anything. Alright, let's go find that launch codes. Oblivious out here
Yeah, that was really cool.
being a lightning. Just zapping them from the sky.
I love the hard pack off-road
Rear sample
combo.
required.
Yeah, that was awesome. Alright, let's make our way back on down then. Get that last bit and we'll zip around. Finish the loop. What is it? Oh, I see him. Five
Sorry.
shots to take him out there.
Yeah, I don't think they don't respond to fire very well.
Mission has 30 minutes remaining.
Well, I think part of it depends on if you're hitting them through their light armor sections or not. Because you still have to deal enough damage to the main HP pool with the direct damage for the fire to reliably finish them off. But still, it was like 5 shots to the body.
Heavy.
I'll hit this one.
50 meters.
Yay.
New mag.
Nice shooting. Just one more, it looks like.
I'm gonna go grab this POI.
Okay. Oh, what was that? Is there a tower cannon? Oh, it's a frickin' random factory strider.
50 meters.
Alright, it's been declawed. Weapons are gone. Just gotta take it out the rest of the way. I'm gonna move in and shoot it in the stomach.
Got some medals. There's some grenades here if anyone needs.
Piece of cake. Hmm. Looks like I guess it's maybe over here.
Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters.
Tagging location. Southeast. Danger.
Tagging location. South.
Marking location. Southeast.
I think I missed one of my shots.
Calling down a sentry.
Can I don't know what it's called. Jammer confusion turret thing.
Jammer confusion turret thing.
Tagging location.
I don't know what it's called.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Oh, like a tower cannon? Oh, it's the network tower.
Objective located.
I gotcha, yeah.
Southwest.
Oh, okay, I see the goddamn puzzle. Got advantage.
I wonder if that actually lets us... Oh.
Yeah. Here, if you want, the two of us can go in for it.
What are we still moving? Ah, it's over there.
There's one more valve,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
Dropping a pin.
Did you want to use the blizzard
100
to
meters.
go for this right now?
Sure, yeah.
Do two at once?
We'll go hit it while they're finishing up
Is progressing.
and just rejoin us here.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling down fortifications.
Okay, dropping mines behind us.
Yeet.
Sentry.
Nice placement. Don't know if I can hit this quite
Yeah,
right.
you can see further with the flashlight.
Three,
I think that's really handy.
1, throw. 3, 2.
Throwing grenade.
Almost, not quite.
There is a bot drop
Tagging location.
right on Mark.
Alrighty.
Calling in orbital strike.
O2 behind you.
Thank you.
Requesting air support.
Airstrike on drop.
In the air. Now we got a Hulk.
I'm on it.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I'm on the
Protection equipment.
objective here.
Tagging map. Southeast. Close. Requesting sentry. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Gas mortar on the field.
Engaging terminal.
Okay.
I got the terminal. Tagging map.
Objective complete.
Grenade! Oh, they're attacking my mortar. Where'd he go?
Here.
It's weird.
I'm dropping mines on that patrol.
Oh yeah, let's go get that last red base over here so we don't have to circle back later.
New mag. Sample collect.
I can hit that with my quasar. Save us a trip, hopefully. I think I hit a Hulk instead. That was...
Get down, Mr. President. Is that a medium? That might be a medium. That's a medium. I can see the other one on this wall.
Alright. Let's see if we can get an angle on that last fabricator.
East. 100 meters.
Let's see if I can. Did I get it?
Yeah, you got it, right?
boy! That's what I'm talking about. Nice work, fellas.
The arm of legends.
Dropping a pin. West.
Alright, let's head into this last little section over here and
Dropships.
mop it on up. Sleepy Walker. What's that name from?
When I was a lot younger, I would walk around school with my eyes closed,
Oh, really?
mostly. Yeah, so I got the name Sleepy Walker,
That's funny.
or at least I chose it.
Yeah, it's always neat to see how people name their stuff. Oh, that's a freaking
That's a
tank.
tank. I didn't see that. That blended in.
I know, it came out of nowhere. Thank you.
Calling down a sentry. West.
Got an EMS on the field. Let's go ahead and clear the red zones, and then we'll get the final objective done.
Main objective nearby.
Barely a scratch.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting sentry.
I added a gas mortar.
Lock fabricator. West. 100 meters.
Little known fact: it is faster to dive underneath the
Something.
Oh,
barriers, the car barriers, the car arms.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
nice.
Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
Did I shoot you by mistake, or was that them?
That was them.
Okay. I was like, I don't think I'm a traitor.
Got outpost spotted.
Nah, it's just me being overly aggressive.
I do like that the hyena also seems able to, like, stagger and flinch the cyborgs. At least whenever they don't have their armor in the way. That's pretty nice.
That's pretty important, I think.
Oh shit. Oh shit, that's a tank.
Ping it for me?
I got it.
Alrighty.
Bag's empty. Heavy. West. Box. 50 meters.
Another tank there.
Heavy. West.
Oh, it's facing the other way. Okay. My flank was countered.
Okay, I don't know.
Alright, tank is dead. Calling in another EMS mortar.
Reload.
Alright, that red base is gone. We just need to get the upload pod, and then we have to do the final objective and get out.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. I've got you.
There's a pipe back over there. Okay, good.
Alright, get that pod, and then we'll roll up on out of here with the final objective.
Requesting sentry.
Oh no!
Rare sample acquired.
Here comes the factory strider.
Oh shit.
Objective complete.
Nice work.
Attacking map. Southeast. 200 meters.
Oh. Just noticed that the factory strider is doing a 3-round burst with that cannon.
That does happen, yeah. Top cannon's destroyed.
New mag.
Shin guns are destroyed. Boy, he's hanging in there, huh? I think its head is broken open.
West. 50 meters.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, we'll put another quasar shot on him.
I don't think he likes you.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, nope.
Oh no, what? Alright, let's go get that final objective and
Reinforcements
get up on out of here, fellas.
Now we got all the POIs we want. Okay.
I'm gonna grab some. You guys can go objective.
Alright. Yeah, we should be pretty chill from here on. I mean, not that it was like super tough to begin with, but you know.
Yeah.
I hear the sound of treason.
Yeah, like coming from the north of you.
I found something. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
It's weird. Seems like sometimes the mill dot is not working correctly, and sometimes it is. Not sure. Oh, right.
Sample collected.
Another tank!
I'm on it.
I got it.
Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters.
There we go.
Good old rail cannon strike. What a champ. I love it.
Been a while since I last used it.
I gotta say, I really appreciate your use of the hover pack with the arc thrower. It's pretty rad.
Yeah. I swear it feels like it gives it more range, but there's also some other weird quirks that if you aim down, it will prevent it from jumping, so you can shoot closer to allies.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. The arc chaining
Dog?
has like a certain angle. I think it's like 150 degrees or something. So that totally makes sense. It's really smart. The factory strider is angry.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah, I got nothing to take it out.
I'll get as soon as it comes around the corner. I'll hit it in the hit its cannon.
Oh, it's seen me.
Well, I was gonna, but now it changed direction.
Another
Another one.
dog.
Eh.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
And a tank.
All right, let's get out of here, fellas.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction cease.
All right, his top cannon is destroyed, so we should be good to leave.
Another there.
Oh, I thought I got that one.
Hmm?
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
You're a lightning bug, Naga.
Yeah. Actually had a bot trying to ambush me around the corner.
Not today.
Nope.
What we got over here? Yoink. Sorry. Another factory strider over here, it sounds like. Why so many factory striders? That's random. I'm gonna lure it over to this hell bomb if I can.
It happens sometimes on difficulty 6s for some strange and unknown reason.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Don't shoot at it. I'm gonna lure it into this hell bomb.
Tagging location. South.
Ah, I gotta get the angle. Ah, thank you. A little bit off. That's all right.
On my position.
We know what we were trying to do. There we go.
Calling down a sentry.
Got a whole crowd over here. Oh my god. I was wondering what was shooting me so aggressively. He changed targets while I was zoomed in.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray.
Oh god, that's another factory strider.
Don't think they want us to leave.
I know, what in the world? They're angry about the democracy.
I've got you.
Woo! Let's see if I can take out that top cannon. There's two of them over there, it looks like. Did I miss? What in tarnation? Let's keep moving toward extraction, and we'll take care of this thing.
Yep.
All right, now one top cannon is destroyed.
Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Now that top cannon is destroyed. All right.
Well, the first one is neutered.
Thank you.
Second one still has guns, I think.
Dropship. Left in orbit. Calling in orbital strike.
Another dock.
Weaponry. Calling down
Jesus.
The good news is extraction is on the high ground. So it's easier for them to shoot us.
Oh, I knew that was gonna happen.
Alright, that top cannon's gone. We got extra supplies and backpacks and quasars up here as well if anybody wants them.
Okay, 2 dogs are neutered, one has 1 gun. Or no, they're all neutered.
Excellent.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Ah, couldn't see.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
It's exposed.
There we go.
Cool.
Calling down a sentry.
Now that's a sight for democracy.
That's a lot of dogs. Hot diggity.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, Cyborg missions have this weird thing on difficulty 6 where they just
ETA
chuck
T-minus 20 seconds.
extra strikes at you.
Yeah, it keeps it interesting.
Oh yeah.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Requesting sentry.
Kind of surprised how handy the MG43 was in this mission.
Oh, really?
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
That's a good question. I don't think so. The ballistic shield is heavy armor now,
Touchdown.
so it ricochets off. Yeah.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement
Extraction
budget
complete. Pelican 1 beginning
Oh
ascent.
yeah. That was a super chill run, fellas. Good work.
You have proven beyond doubt the mettle of the Helldivers.
What's wrong, Jeffrey? Well, snowy blizzard planets are not the best for being able to do long-range shooting. I guess I'll say that much.
Only during the blizzard. They have, I think they have like a good 10, 12 minutes where they're like super clear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too shabby. It definitely, like, I mean, all weapons work well for like team fire focusing and all that kind of stuff when you're together. So there is that, but it just kind of makes everything that much more enjoyable, I guess, because you can just kind of contribute however you like.
I also feel like you're, at least with the weapon you have, you're fairly well suited for taking out the, what are they, the armored radicals or whatever they are, the armored cyborgs.
Yeah, it knocks the armor off very quickly. That's true.
So I would just tag them, like especially if they were outside of effective range for me. I'd just tag them and then assume that somebody with a better weapon would handle the important threat.
Yeah. No, that was good. That was perfectly good. Looks like Senior Egg's game died on the way back to the ship, so. 80% accuracy is pretty good showing for a marksman rifle, though. I like that. I gotta say, I really enjoy the hyena just because not having to like super worry about headshots is pretty enjoyable, especially when things get crazy, because you know that like you're dealing good damage to the body or whatever body part, and you know that you're gonna catch them on fire. So, like it's a good combination, I think, as like a center mass marksman rifle. Pretty cool. Well, let me know if you're going to get back in there, Senior Egg. And we're going to move on here. Well, we can actually bump up to a level 7. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah. I think we might be seeing Vox engines on level 7, but I could be wrong.
So we'll find out.
Yeah, cyborg missions are a bit weird.
What a map. Okay, that's fine. We'll just loop around. I usually just like to run in a circle when possible and hit everything.
Yeah, clear extract first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
I've been having fun with the hover packs. I'm gonna stick with that for.
Senior Egg, I don't see you online, brother. I can't send you an invitation. You'll just have to. I don't know. I've got it set to friends only, so if you're able to log back in, you should be able to just join me. Alright, so that. I'm gonna put on maybe. Well, I'll stick with the Quasar because I'm kind of leaning into the long range stuff. Backpack was all right. I might actually try the hover pack to get on bigger, like higher vantage points or something. Really try and lean into that Overwatch more. Mortars seemed like they were pretty helpful. I'll stick with that though. I'll give us muscle enhancement.
What should I go for? I think I'm gonna bring some EATs just for some extra damage.
Oh, I think Streg asked for an invite.
Yeah, I couldn't see him online. I told him he should be able to join because I've got it on friends
that
only.
kind of glitch out a bit.
Oh, we got a projectile over there.
The Eye of Sauron. Yeah, we'll hit that first.
I think it's looking at us.
Area 10, northwest, 100 meters.
What, Mark?
Tagging location. Cancel that. West. Marking location. West. Never mind. Objective location.
There we go.
West.
Jeez Louise. Oh, that's the final. Okay, it's not a...
I'll put a 120 on it.
Yeehaw. Sounds good.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
God damn it.
Calling down a sentry.
Bot asset destroyed.
Excellent.
Tagging map. Southwest.
All right, we'll kind of go centered, and then
Oh boy.
from there.
Healing.
Ooh.
Reload.
Nice work. All right, let's move toward Orange Pen. Finish that one. I see a gunship facility in the distance too.
Objective located. Southwest. Far.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Ow. The accuracy of these Gatling turrets at like 70 meters is insane.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, let's start going clockwise from here. We'll get that last red base on the loop back around.
Okay.
I want to try and
Tagging map. Southeast. Far.
run in a circle. This map has a lot of little jagged terrain
What is this?
thingies. Yeah.
Tagging
I
location.
think that's a double door.
All right, let's hit it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Objective located. Southwest. 300 meters. Objective located. Southeast.
Excellent.
Super credits.
Oh, nice. There's a LiDAR.
Another double door.
I'm gonna quasar this tower cannon.
Yeah, there should be a nice crate underneath it.
Box engine.
Requesting sentry.
Uh-oh.
Calling down a sentry.
Barrager tank.
Ah, shit.
50 meters. Requesting orbital.
turrets are down. Nice shot.
Just watch out for the barrage.
Oh,
Yeah, and the compartment that gets ejected.
yep. Not much in there. Grab supplies.
Gonna hit this red base and then hit that LiDAR.
Tagging location.
Tagging map.
Yeah, nice work.
Oops.
Cancel that.
Ah, I missed.
New mag.
Fabricator, southeast.
Here's my aim. Ah, damn it.
Yeah. Thank you. Alright. Move into that LiDAR station next.
Calling down a support weapon.
Heavy. South. 50 meters.
Tactical asset near your position.
Got it.
Marking location. Southeast.
I'm gonna quasar this thing.
Close.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
Yeah. 4 shots in the back and it burns to death. Very nice.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
Jesus Christ, that was the most sultry reloading I've ever heard from a character.
Sultry reloading.
In your vicinity.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
She just wants you to know she's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, nuts. Oh, that was close.
That was very close.
Requesting sentry.
I need supplies.
Ah, okay.
Mag's empty. New mag. Last reload.
Oh yeah, supplies. I do need those.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
You know what? I have completely forgotten to be using my dang hover pack this entire
Hey.
time.
Oh, shit. Okay, where did I put that EAT?
Oh no! I'm a sitting duck.
Defend!
Got it.
Calling down a sentry.
All right, let's
Deploying sentry.
let's
Ah,
move.
that was-
Let's try and move toward the
Bombardment inbound.
next objective while we're fighting here.
How'd you like to taste some freedom? Rare sample acquired.
Man, the 120s are so good. Like, they were already really nice, and then that buff they gave for the explosion stuff, golly, so beefy. I love it. I'm gonna hit this thing.
A lot of the
100 meters.
time I want to bring a 380, but their cooldown is. I like it, but it's hard to give up the flexibility of the 120.
Yeah. 380 seems like it's a little bit more suited to like leaning into like dedicated teamwork type stuff or whatever.
Never mind.
There we go. Sway.
Objective located. Spot. Northwest, 100 meters. Never mind.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're in range of the gunship facilities now.
North.
Oops.
I'm dropping some EAPs here. My aim is good.
One down.
Miss.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nah, that was over.
Excellent. Alright. S4 is already moving over there. Good. S3, will you support him?
Yep.
Thank you.
What am I next to? Oh, it's objective.
Still a bit far away.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Find these codes real quick.
Sub-objective nearby.
Aircraft.
Oh!
Clear the area. Spot. Northwest.
They are just going away.
Northwest.
They'll be back, I think.
Excellent. I gotta say, the hyena feels very satisfying to use. I really am enjoying it.
I wish I had a turret.
I got a. Or point this a autocannon sentry.
I think there's a gunship on our flank.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. One more. Two more. Three more. There we go.
Nice shot.
Thank you. Alright, let's head toward the,
West. 100 meters.
oh, can you two get that last gunship facility?
Requesting orbital strike. Marking location. Southeast.
Requesting orbital.
I'm gonna head to main objective. I'll just sneak over.
Alright. Let's go get this rogue research station,
Oh.
and then we need to get that last gunship facility.
Package. Package acquired.
Requesting sentry.
I'm wearing stealth armor, so I should be able to get to drop this thing off.
Going down a sentry.
Oh, that's boxing. Good luck, fellas.
Northwest. 50 meters.
Uh-oh. I missed. Daggone. Oh, there's a tank. I'm a little bit blind at the moment.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Liberty save me!
Fox engine.
Hellbomb arm! Clear the area!
Nice.
Taking map. North, 100 meters.
Democracy delivered.
Objective located. Southwest, 100 meters.
All right, let's hit that last gunship facility.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hellbomb. This is for you.
Oh, thanks. I needed that.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, 100 meters.
Number, name, objective.
Making progress.
Spot outpost.
Oh, what am I getting shot by? Oh, it managed to spit out 2 more gunships. Need a little help.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting sentry.
Oof.
Freedom never.
Orbital inbound.
Outpost destroyed.
Reload, reload.
Oh, there's something invisible in the way. Nice work.
Grenade.
Tagging map. North, 200 meters.
Administering meds.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Enemy patrol. East.
Requesting sentry.
We got a Vox engine coming in
Calling down a sentry.
from west.
Yeah. Watch out, 2 behind you.
One more Quasar, maybe?
I'll see if it'll hit.
It should be some EATs by.
Yeah, I used them.
One more to the
Okay.
sarcophagus should do it.
That
Nice.
got him.
Helldivers never die.
Good.
Terminal.
De-escalate is such a good weapon.
It really is nice, isn't it?
Mhm.
It's so funny how the cyborgs sprint. They're just like extra motivated, you know.
Requesting air support.
So that's a tank.
Was a tank.
Engaging terminal.
Definitely was a tank.
You have served democracy well.
Dropping a pin.
Extraction awaits.
All right.
Meters.
Where is he? There he is. It sounds like he says not today and then runs away.
Spot. Northwest.
Got him.
Outpost destroyed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Calling in. Calling down a strike.
Pushing orbital.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh, that's a help.
Danger close orbital.
Lock. Northeast.
Orbital murdered my turret. Oh well.
Nah, it's all good.
Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
I think we want to loot this area. No.
Here, Naga, hold up for a moment.
Rare sample acquired.
You're like out of stims, aren't you?
Yeah. Thanks.
Box engine in the
Another
distance.
box engine.
Think you maybe got angry?
Not engaging. Don't need it.
Well, I'm angry now.
One shot to the sarcophagus already, so like one more EAT, I think. After that one should do it. Maybe.
Hopefully my aim's good.
Support.
Use the force.
I think I hit the body.
Calling down a sentry.
Alright, I'm out of 8 EATs.
I'm about to get another quasar off. Yeah, thing's still alive, huh? It's crazy. Oh well. Let's keep moving back to extraction, though.
Heavy on my position.
God damn it. Alright. I think I got it.
That is a lot of enemies that just dropped there.
Okay, this box engine is dead.
Calling down a support weapon. Tech back inbound.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
My game glitched. I'm flying
I see that.
I can't see where I'm going.
Hmm.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay,
I'm still
thank you.
alive.
I got it back.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, hey there, Zerathorn.
Should have just brought a leveler next time.
I am a fond of the hyena. So far, to me, it seems like it's basically, whereas the DCS is long range, high precision, it seems to me that the hyena is long range, center mass, brute force. Because whereas with like the DCS, it would take probably on average 5 shots to kill something like a Devastator to the chest if you don't have a good angle. With the hyena, it only takes like 3, and then the burn damage will kill it. So it seems like it's better suited for flanking or just contributing to firefights where you're not going to have a good clean angle to get a headshot. And I like that. I'm a controller player on PlayStation, so in the middle of firefights and stuff, precision can be kind of hard anyway on the thumbsticks. So I find it very, very useful, very fun.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Yeet.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget
Extraction
completed.
complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
We did it. We saved democracy.
Another sweeping victory for Super.
Let's see how we did. We cleared everything, right?
Yes.
As far as I know.
Oh no, my accuracy. It dropped down to 79%. Ah! Tragedy.
Most shots
Unless you
fired.
had the good number.
284% accuracy. Look at you go, Naga. Did you steal some of my accuracy? Is that what happened there?
The power of electricity.
Yeah. All right. That was pretty good. All right. Well, fellas, I thank you for coming and helping out and hanging out. I think I'm going to call it there. I think I need a break. That was a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, it was.
This was a good time.
Yeah, that was a good fun days.
Running together as a group. I always enjoy that the most. I just find it a lot of fun. So, thanks for playing along, everybody.
Cheerio.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
And for everybody who stopped by the stream and hung out, appreciate you. You guys that jumped in, of course, always a pleasure. This is a good time. I like really taking the time to kind of think through the weapons, their stats and details, and then putting them through some more controlled testing, and then doing a little bit of, raw gameplay testing, if you will. So pretty good stuff. But I'm going to call it there for now, and we'll pick this up and keep working on the combat role stuff again next time. Bye-bye.